Hello. I would say that corn. I predict there are gonna be many good days for world records. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But I don't have a zucchini. I have some salad in the fridge. Some green salad. Yesterday was nice. Oh. Granddad joke. I mean, it's not terrible, but kind of sad. Kind of sad for a joke. Do I even have to practice anything? Haha. Not gonna practice the pipes room in particular. Just a dumb mistake that shouldn't happen. Oh, but I want to practice the water section before, actually, so I might as well. What's with the zucchini? Should I be afraid? Is there a big movement going on? Should I convert to zucchiniism real quick before they get me? Not. This is not Pumpkin Zone. I have been trouble jumping out. I've been having trouble. Yeah, I think zucchini is mostly used as in what would you call this? As a corpus, as just some material to give some texture to something that otherwise wouldn't have texture. Sounds not too bad. Yeah, I don't think many guys just straight up eat zucchini. In Germany, at least. You would eat cucumbers. And you would use zucchini for cooking. Some ingredient for cooking. But when it comes to actually eating the thing, it's probably 90% cucumbers. I'm the guy who eats the cucumbers. Yeah, you put some salt on the cucumber. Well, the cucumber does have a nice native taste. I do appreciate how cucumber tastes. I wanted to... Yeah, you cannot hold up here at all, even with a small A input. That's interesting. You get the full height jump even from the smallest jump input. Obviously, what you don't want. I mean, pickled cucumbers. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but pickles are just a different kind of cucumbers, right? They look different. It's a different sort of the cucumber species. Like, they look very different from cucumbers. Like, they're only 1/10 of the size. And they have little protrusions, little warts. It's not how you want your cucumber to look, but it's fine for... Yeah. It's on brand for the pickle. I mean, of course they are processed. They are made to rot. That's what makes them pickles. Some people call it pickling, but I just call it making them rot. Yo, Ellen, thank you. I hope your practice has been going well. You stream at ungodly times for me. I want to figure out something out here. I want to be running, I want to do a low jump, and I want to do it with some kind of... I can't normalize the setup, but with a consistent setup. I mean, something is going on with the zucchini brain, for sure. I think I'm overthinking this. Because it's quite convenient to just start holding up in the middle of that jump. Also, Alan, if you have any questions, now is the perfect time. What is this song? We're skipping. Yeah. Who wants the lyrics? I don't. My fast attack. Yesterday, it happened. I think this is good enough, on average. Not bad. a nice rhythm. Okay, what else? What do I actually need to practice? Turtle Zone would be the obvious answer. Turtle 2 in particular. Mario? Technically, yes. I gotta get better at Mario 1 again. I've been... then again, I can't really argue with playing Mario 1 somewhat safe. But I might need it for most runs where I don't have an albatross. That is too late. That's interesting. Mini! Hello, my guy. How are you doing? I just uttered your name the other day. What was the context again? I think it was something about invading casual streamers' streams who play SML2. Pretty sure I named you as the prime example of how successful that can be. But that Jonas, I'm still not so sure about the resetting too much. Like, I'm probably not taking, like seriously taking 415 tree zones, yes. Which I would have yesterday if it had come to that. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's an interesting one. Does that work as not small Mario? I mostly know it from the backup in Macro 4. Like, you have to have something above you, right? It's weird. So what was yesterday? First longer run in the stream. I did some practice, I did some random any percent showcase thingy. And then I started my attempts, and it was like the third or fourth run of the stream. It didn't take long. Good timing. It's on YouTube. I uploaded it. I highlighted it on Twitch. Shouldn't be able to miss it. It's also already verified on speedrun.com. Controller head out of nowhere with the verification. Yeah. Oh, that command had not existed until yesterday. Nothing wrong with not being aware, because I'm a bit lazy sometimes with updating my stuff. Ach, too early. Was an additional swim stroke. Ah, slow. Yeah, Controller has generally been around. He's also been streaming every now and then. But in terms of SML2, he has not been around. He has not shown his face in this stream in quite a while. That's why I was wondering, or why I was confused. Because he verified my submission like minutes after I made it. Room exit in the last pipe. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This is all post-tutorial, so I can give you the full rundown. It is Orc. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, which was bad. Sorry, I'm missing messages. Which was interesting. And I made a big mistake in Pumpkin Zone. Besides that, make a safe state, like a good safe state. Fast swimming here. Hi. So the setup kind of starts here already. You want to play this room fast, and as fast as you can, pretty much. And then up here, you set up how you play the next room by trying to land on the ledge here. By landing on the ledge, you normalize whether Mario is on an odd or an even frame. So you just try to touch the corner somehow. If you land a little bit before and walk for a couple of frames, it's not too bad. Don't want to make it too many frames. But you come out of the pipe. Oops. And do something like that. And then before... Oops. Before actually landing on the pipe down here, you already press down. So you don't want any animation of Mario standing on top of this pipe. That is how you keep the like odd even frame manipulation from touching the ledge there. So like that. And then what you do is, when in the pipe already, you hold jump and right. So this is all one big setup here. Come out here of this pipe. And then you hold right and run, right and jump. And if you've done the fast prior room, then the Gordo will always be in the same position. So fast room here. Touch ledge. Go into pipe immediately. Hold jump and right. Then you wait a tiny bit when you're under the Gordo, and then you stop swimming as you stop, and you start swimming again when he's going up. You have to, at first, watch his sprite go up and down. It does matter. You can kind of reset it, I believe. I'm not entirely sure even. Like, this is not fully explored. I think you can kind of reset it if you do a higher jump there. But let's say I'm playing this room just willy-nilly. Then do everything else the same. I mean, that worked. I'm willy-nillying. See? Then he's out of sync. And that will never happen. Well, I went in the pipe too far left, so now I will get hit. No, still not. It's a weird save state. But it also matters a little bit where you enter this pipe here. You can enter it here. That's the furthest left you should enter it. If you enter it 1 pixel further left, you will probably get hit by the Gordo. Also, rightmost pixel is bad, so you want to keep it most centrally. This is the perfect pixel, I think. 1 pixel to the right of the center. It's not too hard to do after a bit of practice. So this is too far left. Still worked. Because I was also slow. But you saw I landed on the upper ledge right at the Gordo. That's what you don't want. Oh yes. Do you know about bunny swimming? In general, if you hold the jump button with bunny ears, Mario will always swim on the first frame of touching the ground. And that's what you're gonna abuse. So you do the first bunny swim here already. You bonk into the ceiling while holding left, and then you get this long swim stroke up. Gets you out of the room faster. There's also... the first bunny swim is actually in the room 2 rooms before. Oh no. Somebody catch ape. Yeah, bunny swimming is super helpful for both being fast and particularly normalizing all of this part here. Because the entire setup here is... did I even mention that? The entire setup here is to get fast swimming out of this pipe. It's always going to be fast like that, because you normalize the odd or evenness of Mario's swimming frame. And then you just carry that state through the pipe. And then with a buffer jump, you carry it to the right. That's the point of the setup. I mean, there's bunny hopping in a lot of other games. Why not have bunny swimming? A bit slow and a bit too far left. Bit far left again. It's still not free, but it's usually clear what is being done wrong if it doesn't work. Oops. Can I make use of this up thing anywhere? Like, how about here? No, it's not enough. Oops. See, now I missed the ledge. I might get slow swimming here. Yep. That's what the ledge is for. Slow room, so this might not work. Still worked. But yeah, anyway, as soon as you're under the Gordo, you just have to look at his sprite and develop a feeling or good cue for when he goes up, and then start your swimming. Which I can't do without the prayer setup, apparently. Yeah, that is the normalization part. That is exactly what you set up up here. Touch. And this is all the bunny swimming part, which is always going to be the exact same. Always going to be fast swimming. Always get you under the Gordo. Unless you enter a little bit too far to the left, then you will touch down for 1 or 2 frames right here, which can get you hit, so you want to avoid that. Yeah. That sounds about right. I just time it, like, since it's always the same for me here, I just have a muscle memory timing. I land for a couple of frames and then I know I can start swimming. So I'm actually not looking at the Gordo that much anymore. Because if you can normalize it even further, you can even internalize the muscle memory for how quickly to start swimming again, and then get fast swimming more often, because you're still kind of on the normalized setup if you do the first swim stroke on the correct frame, right? It's not that hard to somewhat internalize the timing there. Hey Nilas, hey Grimlock. Whoops. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, here's just a lottery again, whether you get fast or slow. Whoops. The good frame is just a wrong frame if going early. Very nice trick once you get it down. Very satisfying to do. Oh, I wanted to check how consistently I can get the no-shot strat there. Because it is faster. Not as much lag. But I don't think it's too hard. Looks reminiscent of that strat, which is nice. Little callback. That was early. Ooh. Silly. Okay, first failure. But I think I can react to that. Just gotta notice when I jump high. That's actually a timing cue for me. When the scroll stops, then I go. I don't think it actually despawns anything. But it just so happens that once I stop, then scroll up, that is... Oh, I didn't even see that it was a raid. Thank you for the raid, Nilas. Yeah, the timing just works out, that when the timing of the scroll stops, that then you can go. I could just as well do it with a down scroll. Would probably take the same amount of time. Let's see. Oh wait, I didn't make a save state here. Oh no. So let's not test. I hope the explanation is enough. Alright. This freaking level. I don't want to do the super jump. Whoa! Thank you, Sam! Double thank you. Yeah, just be here for the world record. It's all good. Yeah. Silly jump. So hard to find the the right medium between missing the platform and jumping too high like that. The nice thing about the super jump, that one just gets you up to the exact right height. Typo. In many cases that is correct. A rainbow ride. Not sure if I'm holding up there. There is, but it's not necessarily wrong. It's more a yes but. Yeah. How do I time that one properly? Could I just... do a not running jump there? Without losing time. I wonder. It's hard to release jump there, run there. Muscle memory wise. Oh, I wanna hold though. I'm not holding. Isn't it just the count of sub-sprites? I never noticed how weird that looks, because the ducking sprite stays there. Is that always the case? Never noticed that before. The ducking nose never goes away. Oh, because it's a fist. Oh, I see. Oh, they're reusing those sub-sprites. Oh, that is so smart. I never noticed that. The fist becomes the nose and the shoulder becomes the head. That is smart. 1.8 seconds, I think. 1.9-ish. Sometimes Rainbow Ride. Lag is not fully predictable. Like, you can say, if you have this constellation of enemies and sprites and projectiles, then you will have lag. It works this way around, but it doesn't work the other way around. You can't say if there's nothing going on, you will not have lag. Like this, these moving gears, for example, platforms in general, can contribute to some weird lag. There are also background processes that can be influenced by what you have killed in the past, what is in your like sprite register, what is still saved somewhere in the background. All of those things are not really not really obvious. You can probably set up a couple of those with the exact same setups, but also sometimes not, because it also depends on Mario's state in his oscillation pattern. So the game has these octets, so 8 numbers in a row that kind of tell the game how to determine speed. So if I start running, the game will know, okay, we're starting with normal walking speed, which is like, what is it again? Like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, I think, 8 times. And then we just slowly add some 2s in there until you very quickly reach full running speed, which is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But where that starts, like on what number you start, is determined by when you start the console. And if you're on a different starting number of those 8s, then you also can get different lag when you do the exact same thing in the room, so it's unpredictable in a practical sense. Which is annoying, but at the same time also it's also an excuse or a relief, whatever you want to call it. Because sometimes you just cannot do anything against it. And that's just how the game is. And Dinky Kong. Happy Dinky to you, Jet. Trying a new strat. Not a new strat, but a little possible normalization here for one jump. Ah. This might work. Because I'm struggling with the jump height of this particular jump here, this one. So my idea is just to release the run button before landing and do a full jump there. Harry Crawler. Is that his name? Yo, where am I looking? It's too zoomed in. Am I on like 1000% zoom? What the hell is this? Oh, I was. Oh boy, that is a Harry Crawler. I do not right away know what that is. Pretty though. Don't eat it. Yeah. Something like that. Just can't do it fluently yet. I think that has potential. If I could get the fingers correctly. It is just for consistency. It's very reminiscent of the no B strat. It is a no B strat for the second half of the room. Ah. Thank you. I just have to remember my horizontality. This is quite okay. And Jet will love it, because Jet loves the no B strat. Whoops. Yeah, I think this is fine. This discordant. When is it? Ah. Robot. Can I jump too short? Is that an option? So that I don't make it up. I think that might be a risk. If I set this up very far left. Hardest stage. This is among them, I would say. You have to get 2 super jumps to 25, 26 framers. Yeah, I think in terms of execution, this is probably the hardest. Hey, Del. The map sometimes, usually not. Three left is hard to do optimally. I barely ever do it optimally. Swimming levels are more frustrating because sometimes you just can't do anything about the swim speed, like my run yesterday. I think I got like 9 out of 10 slow swims in the entire level, which is kind of ridiculous. That's the difference to world record right there. Funnily enough, I'm not even kidding. That was a PB yesterday, yes. Yeah. Sounds like Final Fantasy Tactics, I know this. Longest stretch is submarine. Also, the most small stretches. Ooh, laggy. I guess if you include levels with optional swimming, it would be Turtle 1. Or the Hippo level. whichever is longer. They might be the same length. If you choose to swim through them, then you swim for longer. Whoopsie. Okay, that can still happen. If I jump on the first frame, I will maintain running speed. Gotta be careful with that. I think I've over-practiced this level now. Ah. The full no-B strat. It looks so pretty when it works. You're just going diagonally up. Ah, why? I'm releasing up. Yo! That's a very fast room. I want to make a safe state with this one. This 56 potential. I think it is. Yep, it is. Not getting the corner boost. Ah, bad ending. Yo! 56 with some to spare. Let's go. Thank you, Typo. Ah, frame away. Maybe I should do some IL soon. Okay. 56 is free. Whoopsie. Too late. It lagged. Yo. Got the weird quick drop. I was about to say, this sounds like Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana 2. Yeah. How many of the games have you played? I've played the first 4, I guess. And then nothing else. Also not, like, none of the remakes. And I never finished Legend, I believe. If that was the one. Was it Sword or Legend? The PS1 game? I do count the Game Boy game, yes. Final Fantasy Adventure, or Mystic Quest, as it was called in Europe. I love that game. It hasn't aged well in terms of dialogue, but it did the job just fine. But the first one is called Final Fantasy Adventure, in the US at least. Yeah, the music is fantastic. I would say I enjoy it. It's hard to compare. Like Secret of Mana is such a more advanced game than the first 5 Final Fantasies. So it's an unfair comparison, and it's an action adventure RPG versus a classic JRPG. I wouldn't be able to say what I like better. I definitely have fonder childhood memories of Secret of Mana. The first Final Fantasy I ever played was 7, and I only played the NES and Super Nintendo Final Fantasies like way after on emulator. I don't even know if Final Fantasy VI came out in Europe at the time. I don't remember it. I promise, I'm gonna clean this controller at some point. GBA Mystic Quest. What was it called? Which one was that? Because I know the other 2 remakes. Secret of Mana's remake was just, I think, just called Secret of Mana Remake. The Steam release. And then Trials of Mana, which is the remake of Second Densetsu 3. Slow. Oh, is it Sword of Mana? That is the remake of 1. I don't think I knew that. Was there also a Sword of Mana on PlayStation? Maybe I just got my names mixed up, because in my head, well, I guess it was like that. Legend of Mana came first, and then just Sword of Mana, but on a mobile platform. Maybe I just always misunderstood that. Oops. I didn't have any of the later platforms. I only played Legend on PlayStation emulator years later. And I think I never finished it. I played a lot of games on emulator back in the day. Again, most Final Fantasies that I never got the chance to play as a kid. Trying to think whether there's a category of games that I played on emulator. I think it was just random games like Evo, Search for Eden. It's one I always remember. Okay, timing doesn't work out on that one. That's slow. I want to main this mushroom grab, because it's also... it prevents you missing the mushroom altogether, which can happen with the other strats sometimes. Yeah. No running speed. We're not starting this discussion again. We both know where that leads, to what name. Ah. I started speedrunning this game on emulator. I think I ran on emulator until I had like a 2657 or something like that. I think those views have become quite rare. You also have to contextualize some of them, because in some games emulation is at the very least tricky to judge. The Game Boy community is very lucky in that we have very, very accurate emulators. I have not typo. Not once, actually. I watched the Asia and Oceania qualifier, which made me want to play again, but then I didn't. But I'm thinking about it every second day. I only know that the old one, like EPSXE, that one wasn't too great in terms of accuracy. Like, you had so many different plugins floating around with different versions. So that alone was hard to get like normalized. That is GeoGuessr, yeah. I do enjoy me some GeoGuessr sometimes. But I'm not great at it. Very casual. I have not learned anything. Let's do some quick Tatanka practice. I think today is gonna be mostly practicing, and then a run or two. I think the Mario 1 practice helped, though, already. I needed that. Oh, really? very good. I've watched a couple of, like, live at ESA. There was always a big discussion in the speedrun community. If you were around back then, maybe you remember. Like, was it a big discussion? Was a taboo topic to get GeoGuessr onto speedrun.com in the first place? How do you speedrun? I mean, you do a... You have your categories. You have a round of 5 guesses, and you guess as quickly as possible. And you have different kinds of categories, like 25k, and I don't know what the other ones would be. So there's a certain minimum amount of score that you have to get for it to count, and then just get 5 of those as quickly as possible, and you finish your run. I hope I didn't oversimplify that. Alan may correct me. Alan is AB27826. I know this music. What is this again? Phoenix Wright. Never played a Phoenix Wright game. Yeah. Today doesn't seem to be a Tatanga day. Yeah, the discussion wasn't even so much about GeoGuessr in itself, but about general games derived from Google services. I think that was the official statement. Because at the time, so many of them kept popping up, and then Google started gradually just shutting down services, so it wasn't clear whether that would be maintainable. And just for consistency, GeoGuessr got caught up in that. Yeah. Yeah, I can see all of those being like specialized categories. I've been really getting into GeoGuessr during the last World Championship, 2023. And generally with the rise of certain GeoGuessr YouTube channels that just give you a better understanding of how the community actually amasses all of that knowledge and applies it. Mostly been watching Zigzag YouTube videos. Yeah, products or parts of products like APIs. Does anybody remember Picasa? I think they killed Picasa in favor of Google+. Because they kind of implemented the photo sharing into Google+. And now where's Google+? It's... Oh, Google. I liked Picasa back in the day. I probably wouldn't have liked the implications, and like back then all of the data reselling wasn't really a topic yet. And face recognition. So there were no implications back then, at least not that publicly. So everything was still just interesting and cool. But everybody knows where they would have taken that. So maybe it's better. Maybe it's better this way. But then I think Facebook has some face recognition itself. I wouldn't know anything about modern social media in practice. I have not used my Facebook account in 12 years. Google Stadia, yeah. That one never even took off, though. That was just dead on arrival, pretty much. I mean, I can understand the concept of cloud gaming, but it's something that I personally would never even consider. Like, as somebody living in Germany, it was very clear that the infrastructure would be a big holdup for cloud gaming. Yeah. That as well, but is it that much different with Steam? At least in terms of ownership. It's the always recurring topic. Ownership. Yeah. As well as subscription services. It's like the next step of the ownership argument. Hey, ATC. Hello, hello. Like, I've always been, I want to call it an opportunistic software pirate. If I wanted to try something, I would usually pirate it back in the day and just see if I like it, and then, well, back then not even buy it. Back then I would just use it. But then after earning my own money at some point, that was still the same way. I would test it out, pirate it, and then if I liked it, then I would pay for it. But with today's like subscription models for some software suites, I don't even want to try them anymore. I'm just gonna look for open source equivalents right away. Which sucked today because I was looking for. I already had a nice video editor called OpenShot. And that was the one that I used to process my PB video in LiveSplit, for example. The one that does the little yellow the monochrome thingy. And I wanted to do that with my new PB today, just to find out that OpenShot doesn't run on my PC anymore. For completely unrelated reasons. I don't think they have control over anything. It's just that for some reason my installation got borked. And then I didn't have time to test the new version. But yeah, that's an alternative to like Sony Vegas and others that are probably not affordable at all anymore. I haven't looked at Vegas prices anymore. And from what I remember, OpenShot was much more versatile than Vegas. Just in terms of what codecs it supports out of the box. I was waiting for you, ATC. Can't start runs without you here. Or maybe I've just been rambling and practicing. Thanks for understanding. ADE Live? Wait, that sounds like a Linux GUI. What is KDE Live? Or was there a message missing for me? Yeah, I always talk very short and concisely. You're right, Julio. So now that I have been informed that everybody is on board, we can start the runs. I still have to think. Like, we're not gonna have the other PB video like the old one, but instead I will put the new one up. It's just not gonna be monochrome, which will look interesting on the setup, but maybe it doesn't look too bad. Let's see. Where do I do this again? I think it's in layout settings, edit layout. Ah, I'm stupid. I did it again. I did the thing again. Forgot to put live split on my second monitor before touching it. Okay, edit layout, video, layout settings, then video. That's the file. I just have to sync it. Let's just take the 3 minutes, 3 seconds 30 from the last one and see how that syncs up. Well, this might not be too bad. Let's fine-tune this. I need your help here. You have to check the PB video while I start a run, and you have to tell me how well it syncs up on stream. It is not even showing. Why is it not showing? Oh. Oh. Live split PB video. Oh, there's a PB video too. Is that the one? No, also not. There's PB video 3 somewhere. Clutch. Where did I put the actual PB video? Clearly not the one that says PB video. Me and my naming. I have everything in this scene. I should clean this up. This is certainly not helping. Gonna go through everything individually. There is so much random stuff in this scene. PB video disclaimer. So that is on top of the PB video, so maybe I just have to recrop it. Just broke for some reason. No, PB video. No? No, that's the disclaimer. What? Why do I have two disclaimers? What was the old disclaimer? Okay. I already had that, and I made it from scratch the other day. Okay. Just have to recrop the PB video, I suppose. I don't know why it's different. It shouldn't be different. It's the same size in my layout. Oh, it's because it was on the second screen. I never knew that that would... Ah, that kills it. Ah, interesting. What about the other one, then? Oh, the other one looks awful. The other one has its own little filter. There's some strange color correction going on, so I guess that's fine. Just looking at things, don't worry. I have not fallen asleep. Maybe the size is different. I know that I didn't have it cropped perfectly back in the day, but I think you could normally see Mario better. No, actually... Maybe this is how I wanted it? No, there's no way. Don't mind me, just recropping. I'm about to do runs, just want to set up live split. Okay, I'm gonna crop off the bottom. Where does the feed end on the right? There. I think I mostly fixed it. How does this look? Mostly fixed. Okay, now we check the sync, what I actually wanted to practice to check. Okay, so it's ahead. Hey, Olivia. This really always have to go in and out of these settings to test it. This is annoying. But I only have to figure this out once. So when the video is ahead, I have to start it earlier. Maybe like 2.5 seconds, because it was quite a bit ahead. Next test. Okay, that is close. Try that again. Let's see in what direction I have to fix. Video is still a little bit ahead. A 0.1 earlier, and I think we should be good. .4. Oops. That looked good though. Still ahead. Make sure. Tiny bit ahead. How much? No? I think it just has to find its way still. It's different every time. Maybe I already found the sweet spot where it's mostly correct. I think it looks good. Yeah, I think it's good. Sometimes it's a bit behind now, and sometimes it's a tiny bit ahead. It will even itself out over time. It's a thing. LiveSplit never starts the video consistently. Always a mini delay. Save this new layout setting. And I'm going to deal with the coloring another day. Is there like an invert filter? Nah, invert doesn't actually do it. I will have to use the actual video editor. Okay. Only 2 hours of practice. This is fine. That is the case, Jonas. Hey, Daffodil, thank you. That is indeed the case. I think it's mostly because of how they integrate the video with the VLC library. It's always been scuffed. New splits. Exciting. I don't have my free time save in this level anymore, I believe. Ah, slow. Slow and different. Was close to Jubilu's strat there. Hey, Kadai. Thank you, thank you. You did miss it, yeah. If this is news to you, then you must have missed it. It's uploaded everywhere. YouTube, highlighted on Twitch. Is on speedrun.com. Oh, game sound is... I did nothing to fix the game sound. You are absolutely correct. It's gonna be a quiet run then. I think I still have the same time save here. And I don't have that ridiculous tree left in my PB anymore. That is good. The split was so hard to run against. It's a specific setup with the bomb bounce. So yes, it is for consistency. Ooh, still lost time there. I can describe the setup if I have some time. So the first setup is the super jump. That gets me the height. Then I just hold the jump button, so Mario keeps descending at a constant rate. So that gives me some normalization in that room. And then I just memorize when I release the button. That's why I'm not mashing, but holding. So the height and the timing is always the same. And then I have a visual cue for when I tap the jump button again to do the little flutters. And all that together makes it easier for me. It's just a more consistent setup. So I don't have to react to jump height. Don't have to react to like how I'm fluttering, if I'm losing a pixel or not. Makes it much more consistent. Still not free, but it's a setup at least. Compared to winging the room. Winging the room also works. But I like setups. And I like longer setups. Like that setup begins at the beginning of the room, pretty much. And you only really harvest the fruits of your labor at the very end. But the setup actually starts way earlier. I like those kinds of things. Oh, bad jump. That is not fixable. Okay. Sorry for the game sound. Should be better now. Hello, Fake Ben. Having the stitches today. Don't know what I did. Didn't do any endurance training. Hey, Eki. Good evening. I am getting used to my new splits. Also, please tell me if the PB video, the way it is right now, is hideous. If I should remove the color filter. I only see it very small in my OBS preview, so I don't get the full experience that you are getting. I can definitely see that it's not the right yellow, so that might be a little bit annoying. Yesterday, 24 hours ago. Or maybe 25. Thank you. Hey, did I say hi to real Ben before? No. Hello, Ben. Then again, I don't know for certain if you are a real Ben. I don't think that has been established. Nor does it have to be established. We can just keep it this way. Yeah. We are all just random people on the internet, after all. I could be a Ben. I'm gonna cry on my first Tatanga split with these splits. It's gonna take some getting used to always losing 1.5 seconds. Ooh. As perfect as I have been going for, yes. Not the perfect outcome with the ceiling despawn, but the 6-shot Albatross. Perfect injury? I guess so. My shoulder injury seems to be perfect. As far as it's concerned from the perspective of the injury. Can't be fixed. It's gonna stay there forever. I think on this level I still have the same time save as before. Could just look at my splits right now and see. That takes effort. 0.45 possible time save. I think that's about the same, if not worse. Not gonna save that time on this attempt. I did touch the ground before going down the jelly pool. Oh. That's too early of a second tap. Corner boosts on this attempt. Nope. Hey, there's one. Yikes. Sounds right. That's correct to me. Ah. Sticky face. I mean, the translation is correct. Did the boomerang somewhat well. Actually really well. That tied my old split. The very good one. Ooh. Oh yeah. That was at least 3 or 4 frames of lag. Anyone looking forward to the presidential debate this evening? From a entertainment and cringe perspective, at least. Oh boy, there was a lot of lag. I think I just explained the why. It will be a media topic for the next week, so might as well watch it to be in the loop. It's a bit late, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stay up. It's like, I think it's 3 AM when it starts. But I also get the view that it's like everything involving Trump and the state of the American nation right now is probably a little bit frustrating to people actually living there. Like, you must be super weirded out by the fact that a random German even watches that stuff. What thoughts? The presidential debate. Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I think CNN is the host this time around. I mean, in terms of physical aging effects, Biden is more to worry about, I'm sure. But in terms of just batshit craziness, like rambling old man, I don't think you can beat Trump. If that is the standard. No, Sam, I'm saying I'm considering it, but I might as well. Oh, I might as well. I might also just be too tired. I'm an old man myself. If the eyes don't wanna stay open, I can't force them. The choices are very strange, I agree. And yeah, what Fake Ben said. That is pretty much my standpoint. It's definitely gotten worse, Lex. I don't think there's any, like, at least in that very term, how much it has also reached the general public. Oh, that sounded like 3, 4 to me. We go again. Not even gonna look at the split. It's not worth anything. The weird thing is, like, every person I know personally will probably share my viewpoint that, like just how unbelievable it is that somebody like Donald Trump even has a chance of being elected a president. Like, that alone is such a weird situation. How can that even be the case? Nikki Haley, Nikki Haley, Nikki Haley, that woman. I mean, they did kind of vote for her for a while, but yeah, I don't understand how the situation can come to be. Yeah, Corn is right there. There's a lot of just frustration and misguided blaming going on. I've just watched a German short documentary today where a German journalist was interviewing some Trumpers, and she described one of the... It was like a 63-year-old lady from Tennessee who she described as so nice and just warm personality. But in the next sentence, or like a minute later, she also said that, or you could hear the nice old lady say, "If I have to die for my freedom, then I'm just gonna die. If a civil war is what we need to get those structures out to make the country right again, then that's just what it takes." So, what are people thinking that the state of the American nation is, or the state of politics? This disconnect from reality is concerning. How big the power of media is, what they can make people believe. It's ridiculous. Like how little critical thinking is a thing in many layers of the society. And that's not exclusive to the US. That's a general problem. Okay, typo. Are we going to try to have a GeoGuessr tomorrow? Do you have time? I would be very interested in your standpoint. Yeah, Trump as the messiah figure, that part is weird, but at that point they really see him as the anti-establishment guy, which is, it's also weird, but it's just a different kind of even worse establishment. Propaganda does work. We've seen it in Central Europe. I don't think every country needs to go through that phase. I think you can learn from other people's mistakes from different times, but maybe I am naive there. LiveSplit crashed. As a mostly unaffected bystander in a completely different country, it still has this weird... this weird aspect of just entertainment, but that's only the very surface level, because obviously the problem is the underlying societal movement that makes this possible. And that part is not entertaining, that is just scary. I mean, in Germany, the history of Germany is really like burned into your soul in school. At least in my time it was. That's something that most Germans are very conscious about. I think most Europeans. Because most countries were involved in some shape or form. I agree with you, Zervo. That is how one should react. But it's this perverted sense of entertainment sometimes. I fall victim to that. It's not a good thing. But I also just cannot take everything seriously and not take everything personally. Some things are just happening and you can't do anything about them. Like, as long as one understands the actual seriousness of the problem and like, in case somebody asks, can convey that, I think it's still fine. I think you can separate the entertainment aspect. A little bit, at least. Like, it's kind of similar to laughing about Nazi jokes. You gotta find entertainment and fun in kind of everything that happens. Like, it's reality after all. It's not something that you can just make go away. It's a way of coping. Doesn't mean that you support it or that you don't take it as seriously. That's the danger of taking it less seriously. But I think that's a different level. But I also don't think it helps to just keep worrying, and just paranoiaing yourself into a hole. Yeah, too old for this. I bet you know quite a bit about coping mechanisms like that. From a professional perspective. Hey, Yumi. That is also well said, Servo. You need a basis for a discussion, and that can come from many different viewpoints, humor being one of them. Not every kind of humor is meant to be productive, obviously. There's a lot of coping. Coping is not bad, though. Helps people to deal with situations. Yeah, it's what coping is. Didn't need to read out the definition. I have not watched the new Joker. Nor the old one. Don't think I despawned the guy. Nope, we are lagging. Porn, please. We went over country stereotypes the other day. You don't even have one. Yes, typo. I think most people here are quite aware of the systemic problems. I said that in the context of the Euro, like the EU Parliament elections the other day. 2 weeks ago? Was it 3 weeks ago already? That I am very glad for our pluralistic political system. But it is going slowly towards a more extremist point where you start not electing or not voting for certain parties because you think your vote will not count, which is exactly the problem of the US system. Many people would probably have, or probably do have, a more nuanced political understanding, but if you only have two options, and you're forced to just choose one of them, you're always going to be unhappy with whatever you vote for, because it's not your actual standpoint. I don't know if that's an inevitable trend in democracies, or if like a very wide range of parties can be maintained. Yeah, this nobody cares about us mentality. I can't change anything anyway. This frustration with politics. I think that is one of the main problems. And that has a reason. Like, people are not just stupid or something. It's reality. It's a feedback loop of sorts. Like, you can't say everybody who votes for like the AfD in Germany is a Nazi. It's not like that. It's the same kind of principle. People are just unhappy with the choices and people misunderstand certain things. And then the scope of politics can be very different from what you would want as an individual. And not everybody is willing, and not everybody has to be willing to make sacrifices. That is one standpoint. With the like big challenges of global warming and fossil fuels becoming what they are, just political tools. There's a lot of things that will damage the individual, but many people think about themselves first and not about the like big global context, which again you can't blame everybody for. That's just one way to get frustrated and don't see yourself being represented. And yeah, that's political pluralism right there. That's the base idea of democracy, that everybody can form a group of like-minded people and have them run for elections. Yeah, Ben, fake Ben. I mean, no, I'm terrible at proper contexts. My positions, my political positions, are usually very idealistic and naive. I have to admit that. I would suck as a politician, for example, because I'm too idealistic, which maybe in the pluralistic like playing field of politics is the right thing to do, just to offer that certain taste, that certain flavor. Like, it would suck if every single party would just have like compromise in the party program already. You have to stand for something, and then after the elections, the compromises start. Yeah, that is my standpoint. Like, I'm aware of my idealism, right? I know things are not that simple, but I wish they were. But I'm also not doing anything to change the system. I'm just talking, I'm just rambling. I mean, if one was given absolute power and could just remove a lot of the like hindrances, countries against countries, cultures against cultures, like all of those things, those are the things that really hold humanity back and propel some of those national problems. If you could start from scratch, then I think there could be a lot of possible working systems. But that's my idealism right there. Ah. Yo, Muffin. Yeah, I personally agree with Swift there. I think that's one of those big cultural anachronisms that just hold people back. I don't see religion as a good thing. Religion is again, we're back to the topic. Religion is a coping mechanism, a pretty big and widespread one. I can understand why it exists. Doesn't mean it should exist. Or it should have this much influence. Yeah. Again, people cope differently. Religion is a very organized way of coping. So is being idealistic. It's another way of coping, because I push away reality when I'm having these thoughts. Pushing away having to come up with solutions. Like practical solutions. I obviously come from the standpoint of the more scientific view, I guess. That even if it's a coping mechanism, it should still have a basis in truth, in something testable, in something reproducible, which is the big problem with religion. You have the claims, but whenever somebody asks you about the claims, you just have to point to something untouchable, which then becomes a problem because it's impractical. So in that regard, I appreciate just a more secular worldview and having your basis of community on something else than this concept of belief. It's just not a very strong foundation. Yeah, I'm not saying there's a switch to flick. In our reality, that has to come from a general betterment that then gives you the chance to educate your population better, to make them ask questions, to make them think critically. And then the religion, in air quotes, problem would go away just by itself. But you have to make the conditions right for a climate like that. And even then, some people might choose a more spiritual way to cope. Which is fine. A society has to be able to get past that. People are gonna think differently about certain things. It's just how it is. You'll never be able to get rid of any of those movements or worldviews. Just can make them less influential in a bigger scale. $300 years? I mean, I look back at the last 100 years, and I see a lot of progress in terms of societal norms and just values in a like humanist way. But I hope it won't take 300 more years, but another 100 is probably the very least. Yeah. Like this is less of my idealism speaking, this is just of me actually wanting to have a positive outlook. Is that something different? No, I do see a lot of positivity overall. I'm generally an optimistic person. Sometimes to the annoyance of my friends. I will try to find positive aspects in something concerning. I will go out of my way. Hey, squirrel. But Squirrel, did you miss the early discussion? In the US, that problem will be solved by the Civil War. There's gonna be 50% less population, so it's easier to start over. Is that a positive viewpoint? Yes. But it was opportune to cycle back to where we started. I still haven't seen Idiocracy. I have to watch it. It's gonna be one of those things that's just gonna confirm me in my beliefs, I know. But I do want to know what it's actually about. I should say viewpoints and not beliefs, to not make myself attackable there. Where did that gold split come from? That seems wrong. I'm not supposed to shoot here. What? Outer space time over. Ah. I was not mentally ready for that level. And life split has crashed again. Oh no, it doesn't. It was the gold split. Ah. Wait, Idiocracy is based on eugenics? Huh. I agree with you there, Servo. I would still call religion a coping mechanism. Like, just as matter of fact. That is what religion is. That's how they came to be. People couldn't explain certain things, and got worried about them. And in order to cope with those things, like with those unanswerable questions, you come up with something. I don't think that is necessarily it's a very scientific way to view the point. So to somebody who is like deeply spiritual, that might seem a little bit condescending or like too dry. But I don't think that's an unfair characterization. Oh. Also, no, I'm feeling fine in terms of the speedruns. Just also want to follow the discussion, which I usually don't, so I keep going back to the chat. It is one, like, that is specific to the like Abrahamic religions, though, or like mostly Christianity. The instilling fear, just making you fear your, well, like just the concept of sin in general. It's one of those things that is just a little bit unfair towards young people. Ah, that's the twist of idiocracy. I mean, there is some ground for that idea. And again, it's also just fair. It's what I said earlier. If somebody finds their own peace by not looking into everything in depth, that is fine. And if some way of spirituality, religion being one way of that, is their solution to not thinking about that, okay, that's fine. But then again, what was said earlier, then those coping mechanisms, shouldn't be used to infiltrate actual decision making. Like if your own standpoint is, okay, I don't know about this, therefore I choose this explanation instead of relying on empirical evidence-based findings, then you should just keep it to yourself. Like, religion is a hobby. That's how I frame it, if I want to annoy people. Religion is a hobby. Religion is just a hobby, just the same way that people are like fans of football teams or enjoy camping. Some people enjoy religion. But you wouldn't let your, oh, I like this football club, you wouldn't let that lead you into political decisions or something. Decisions about abortion, decisions about all kinds of other things. Oh, I like camping, so everybody else should do this and that. That's not what you would do. You see it as your hobby, as your like personal thing. And that's the more healthy way to also deal with religion. But it's oversimplifying. I know that. I want to be a little bit annoying with that comparison. I wouldn't. Religion isn't a substitute for thinking, but it is a substitute for finding a solution, I would say. And not necessarily. Like it's also you can't just put religion in one big box and say this is religion. This is how religious people are, because that's not true. It depends. It very much depends. I'm mostly speaking out about the like religious what's the right word? I'm lacking a word, I'm sorry. Like the phenotype, pretty much. The religious expression of actively closing your eyes to facts. That's the bad part that I'm talking about mostly. That's what I consider like bad religion. Except Bad Religion is a nice band. Because a lot of religious people do have the means to update their knowledge, but choose not to for personal reasons. But at that point, you can't really say anymore, oh, it's the religion's fault. Everybody has their own responsibility, I guess, to stay within reason with what you believe and don't believe. Yeah. Personally, I grew up in a religious family. I know how the indoctrination works. I remember how it worked on me. My parents are still religious. We have certain topics that we just can't talk about productively together, so we just don't. But I still appreciate them as human beings. I know their standpoint. I know where they come from. I have my frustrations with them sometimes because they actively close their eyes to certain things. But yeah, they don't have a choice whether or not to accept me. They made me. They have to accept me. And again, we mentioned this like twice, I think, already. This is my hobby analogy again. Everything has its own like place in terms of how much it should determine your own life and the life of others. And in that, I think, lies the important part. That you should be able to choose the like socially reasonable solution over just pushing your own opinion through. And that's the social compromise. That's how a society works. It's not always about religion. Like, you can disagree about so many other things, and it's the same there. As long as you end up coexisting and being okay and not wanting somebody else to share your belief with all your power, then everything is fine. But that is, sadly, because religion, that's why religion comes up as an example so often, because religion is this like organized thing. There's so many people in it. Like, if you allow me to simplify it like that. And it's so organized that people do push the agenda towards people who think differently. And it's usually only that direction. And that's one of the big problems with mostly the Christian religion in practice. Not in theory. Many Christians who do not do that, don't get me wrong. But it enables certain structures. Yeah, that's what I grant everybody. If you don't want, like, thinking about certain things will just lead you to frustration. That's a fact. It just leads, like, depending on what kind of type you are, you will take things very seriously that might not even affect you directly. And again, in that religion, that's in my humble opinion, is how religions came to be originally. There were those big life problems that you couldn't explain, and not having an explanation for something is scary. So why not insert something that has the opposite effect on you? Yeah, religion, like that's secularism, or in France I think they called it laicism. Separating religion from politics is important, because that's another thing. Every religion also kind of wants to be right and wants to be the only correct one. So you have those many smaller conflicts everywhere, and bigger ones between the big religions. And if those get into politics, then we have the problems like in Iran right now, like in Iraq in the 90s, like in Turkey, always just brewing, sometimes flaring up. In the US, religion also plays a role in the current situation. All that goes back to my hobby analogy. You shouldn't bring your hobbies into political decisions. And you wouldn't, like most people would not. It's a non-starter. I read that this week, Squirrel. Don't worry, you're not alone with things like that. I think it's still... I'm not sure about mandated, but it's just very widespread in some German federal countries to have crucifixes in classrooms. Yeah, Maine seems unlikely that they would be one of those. Tick? But you don't have one of the mean diseases that ticks spread. I think that is Europe only. The meningitis, meningitis, or how would you even Englishize that? EBE is what it's usually abbreviated as. Tick-borne encephalitis. They invented Lyme, oh no. I see. Interesting. Did not know that. Ah! Yeah, Muffin, a lot of those like traditional things seem like anachronisms to me. Like in general, conservatism to me is a regressive movement, force, whatever you want to call it. It's not actually conserving things. It's mostly making things go backwards, or wanting that at least. Yeah, corn. There are many nice things, and many not nice things. That's what I wanted to say. What did I say? Nice things. Many not nice things in that. That are just sad. Yeah, of course you didn't. Neither did I. I think that's an acceptable use of the conservative term. Bonk. Yeah, some, like on the topic of what Muffin said, some German federal countries are a little bit weird. North Rhine-Westphalia and Bavaria, probably the two most prominent ones that have Catholicism, Catholic values very deeply burnt into the fabric of how society works and how some institutions work. Seems a little bit... The nicest word that I can always find for that is anachronistic. It seems like it shouldn't be like that anymore in our time and age, today and age. I don't know if that's deep or just funny typo. Ah! I mean, he's not wrong. He certainly got his point across, I think. Don't know the context in which he said that. Like, that is easily transferable to just general, like the climate change topic. Some things should come first before human ideas. That's the very high road that you take there. It shouldn't be a discussion even, but what are you discussing there? That's the problem. What's the context? In many contexts, nobody would disagree. In some contexts, everybody would disagree. We fill up J. Hello, hello. Good night, Fake Ben. Wait, Dokomi? That's the convention, the German one. Is that going on? Ah. I don't even know what to exactly call it. Is it just a Japanese culture convention, or is it more specific? Sorry to keep you here for longer than you want. Ah. Yeah. Usually keeping my distance from German. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what is the official topic of the Dokomi? I know there's a lot of cosplay, there's a lot of anime and manga culture. More recently, there's been a lot of VTubing as well, because that's become part of the culture. I mean, I was in one Zocktoberfest once. That was not a great experience. In general, I don't like the... This goes back to me not liking fragmentation of communities. That's another topic that I'm not going to open up yet now. But yeah, my from what I've seen, usually my standpoints about speedrunning in particular don't really align with what is represented by German. It is a live video game, yeah. I can still talk about things. Otherwise it gets a little bit repetitive and boring. Anime and Japan Expo, yeah? I guess that's also how it developed. It probably started out as mostly an anime convention, and then just spread out to the other cultural aspects. I've never been a topical convention like that. I've been to an outdoor fair once, into a cycling fair. It wasn't outdoors, was inside, but the topic was the outdoors, very broadly. For example, you had some world travelers there. This one guy cycled through all of South America within a year. So he was there to like sell his little photo book and tell his story. And you could look at new products in the camping and outdoor sphere. But ESA is really just the get together with friends. That is ESA to me. It's just the most realistic speedrunning convention for me to go to. That actually represents speedrunning, which Germansch does not. That sounds about right, Typo. I mean, French is probably the biggest influence on English. So that makes a lot of sense, but yeah, the phonetics are quite special. New run after world record. What new run? I'm gonna switch categories in this game first. That's the immediate plan. Probably all levels first. Oops. Probably start my timer as well. And yeah, after that, like the next game, actually the actual next game that I'm gonna speedrun is gonna be Rescue of Princess Bluebette, because I am running that at ESA in 1 month. So before that, I will have to practice that. It's gonna be like a 1-week project, I think. A brand new run, I don't really have a plan for right now. Because I want to go back to some things, like Super Metroid. I think the last brand new thing that I learned was quite a while ago. It was Mr. Gimmick. And I didn't even learn the full run. Again. Have you heard of Lost, oh dear? Yeah. Oh, there's no comma. Not even directed at me, I guess. Super Metroid RBO is interesting, but I think that's gonna be too hard for, like, too grindy hard for me. Usually, if I learn a speedrun, I want to at least attempt most of the strats. Gimmick is a great speed game, indeed. I enjoyed it a lot, and I'm probably going to go back to it at some point. With Super Metroid, I just You have to spend so much time and effort to actually get good at it. And I think I'm just gonna choose the... Like, in that case, I just have to make a conscious decision to curb my expectations very quickly. My goal, if I have one, is probably a sub 45 or so in any percent NMG, no major glitches. Like, just any kind of sub 45. It's probably going to be good enough for me, which is 5 minutes behind the world record. Almost. Yeah, there's that SML2 tournament coming up in October. I think when I go back to Gimmick, I want to play it with a Super Nintendo controller. To make an adapter, or just buy an adapter, I guess. Probably easier. Because that's what I remember. Controller was an issue. My D-pad. I have two Dogbone controllers for my NES, and both D-pads were kind of stiff. Screw you, squirrel. How dare you use the appropriate counter for that? Speaking of Pooper Jump, the inspiration for that was C7, and I have not seen C7 for a couple of weeks now, I think. Does anybody know what is up with her? I hope she's alright. Just disappeared. Hey, Rako. In what way? Lag in what way? As in the shown input being delayed or something? Not for me, I think. I can give it a very proper look in a second. I think it's usually pretty on point. Like, I can usually point people towards my recordings and say, look exactly what I'm pressing, and I think it's mostly accurate. Hey, warrior. No, that is not true. That is not true at all. Usodayo. That means that's not true. I know some Japanese vocabulary, that's all. And I can like emulate or simulate how to form sentences, but I don't have any Japanese grammar knowledge. So whenever I try to form a sentence that I haven't heard before, I will probably be wrong. If it's simplified Japanese like an anime, I will probably understand most of it. Or at least, let's say, not most of it, but quite a bit. A little bit of both, but it's mostly anime. You just pick up a lot of things, and anime has a very simplified way of speaking. So it's much more repetitive than normal spoken Japanese, and much shorter sentences, much more recognizable sentences. So that part is kind of easy. Was kind of useful for vocabulary learning. I cannot read Japanese though. I started learning hiragana and katakana several times. I never stuck with it, which I regret, and I always want to go back to it, but I never do. And my prediction is if I would just stop at some point again and be at the exact same point that I'm at right now. Just something that I don't use in my everyday life, so those things will always fade away. Just like my Spanish completely faded away. I studied some Spanish back in 2005, but I don't actually speak any Spanish today. And same with Russian. I also studied Russian, and I had Russian in Russian. I at least have some foundation from school, but I'm equally unable to speak either of those languages. Oh, forgot the mushroom. Haha! I can understand some things, but my knowledge is not very practical. So again, there's barely any grammar knowledge anymore. It's the same as with Japanese in a way. A very incomplete understanding of the language as a system. I would say I probably understand the same amount of French that I understand of Spanish. With the difference that I never actually learned French. Estoy bien. Gracias por la pregunta. Is that proper Spanish? Like, I am interested in languages in general. It's a weird way to say it. It doesn't mean much. But it's the best that I can describe it. Ooh, that was 5. First time to macro zone today, I believe. I don't get that joke. I wanted to make the linguistics hobby into my profession at some point. I was studying to become a translator. I did not finish that study, and I switched to biology. A field that I also ended up not working in. Okay. Wait, why was that so slow? Did I derp on the map somewhere? What? Did I just not notice that I messed up the map? It's a very big time loss for... It must have been the map. It was a mid-32. The level itself did not go wrong at all. Did I just completely ignore having made that mistake? Interesting. I learned a tiny bit of Mandarin once. I was... what was my position? Like, I was working at a research institute, at the Max Planck Institute for Human Evolution, and we had a guest scientist from China. Very nice old lady. And she wanted to teach me some Mandarin. But now I said that, but I can't actually remember anything. Yes, Lex, it's... I don't know how to properly describe it. My run has big mistakes in the pumpkin zone, as well as one RNG element that went wrong, that costs 1.5 seconds. So there's also another bigger time loss in Turtle Zone. That can be up to 2 seconds, and one smaller time loss in Mario Zone. It's about half a second, I believe. So I can still beat my own PB here somewhat easily. If I just play well and get lucky on that one RNG boss in this zone. It's optimized, but not super optimized. Oh yeah, that was the map. Already forgot. So there's some time save in this level, for instance. But generally, this is just not a good run. Yeah, the witch is gonna be the judge for whether this run continues or not. Yep, good level. So that was one of those big time save chunks. And there's an equally big one on the boss fight. You can control lag in some instances, but in others you can't. It's a Game Boy thing. It's a little bit hard to explain in a concise way. One obvious factor is the amount of sprites on screen. If it's more than 3, then you should assume that the game is gonna lag. So whenever you can avoid that, probably a good thing to go for. But there are other instances where it's not that simple. Where there are background things going on that we can't really know. Things on a per frame basis. Like whether you jump on a certain frame or not can sometimes create lag. This part right there that I just went through has random lag. Had very little lag right there, so I was lucky. Yes, emulator runs are allowed. We have 2 very accurate emulators. BGB and Gambatte Speedrun. They're as accurate as it gets, pretty much. And that is the end of the run. Well, it's technically not, because I had the same kind of outcome in my PB. That shows you that there's a lot of potential here. I can still technically bring this back, but it's very hard now. I will definitely have to go for the super jump strat in Mario 1. Like Mario 1, I will have to go all out if I even get there. It's an interesting situation. Well, it's also a way to fail it. Didn't get a super jump off the one platform. That is fine though. Let's do one more run. Oops. Did I not? I wanted to bomb Mario. It was a good run to like figure out my new splits. I really just have to not care when I'm behind in the early game. My PB early game is just outlandish. Or mid-early game, I guess. Because the tree zone itself was nothing crazy. Still confused about that 0.6 time loss in Macro 1. Yo, thank you, Neo 2000, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Yeah. Thank you. It's a very topical shirt, as you might be able to tell. Ah, there's too many mistakes. Also, I just noticed I don't even have my thingy up here. There. And I almost missed that raid message because I didn't have the window open on the side. Alrighty. But yeah, I am currently, as the title suggests, going for the world record in this. Just got a PB yesterday. And now I'm trying to build upon that. Always all the thingies. I'm just terrible at keeping track of certain things. And if it doesn't stand out in chat, then sometimes I'm just gonna miss it. Also, this stream has been going on for a while, so I'm getting a little tired and less focused. That's my excuse. Three corner boosts. 4. 5. 6. That grab was not fast enough for 45, but this could still be a very good split. Ah, really? That one? That was minus 0.3 or even 0.4 potential. Don't worry, Neo. Thank you. I have internally decided to stay up for the debate that we talked about earlier, which is why I'm pushing the stream a little bit further than I usually would. Whoa! Very good sound. No corner boosts this time. Ah, nothing, squirrel. I don't think that's a topic that is something for my stream. Ooh. Dear hole. 1-1-1. Boing, boing, boing. I don't think I had any glitched sounds in my PB, which is disappointing. Whoa! Did you see that? Since when does that happen? Speaking about glitched things. Would be silly to disallow random glitches that don't do anything except for be funny. Shoe glitch is after the splits finish. You're safe from that one. You missed it? Oh no. I got a like a row of blocks, tiles at the top of the screen in the first level that I had never seen before. I only did one additional jump right before jumping up to the Goomba. It was the only deviation from my normal strat. Maybe that's reproducible. I will have to test. I thought about that as an explanation before, because I think I'm getting more sound glitches. But maybe I'm just randomly jumping more. Yo. I thought my tree 2 would have been faster than that. Wasn't looking at my splits, was expecting to see a minus 0.4 here. Nope. At the very least, it's a good tree zone. This has to be the last run, because I'm running out of water. Really? Ah, this jump button. I'm tempted to do another one now. Very tempted. We're doing another one. I want to see Tatanga again. On pace. And I want to see if I can reproduce that weird tile glitch. Pay attention to the top of the screen when I'm jumping up to the little pyramid thingy at the end. Or staircase, I should say. It's not a pyramid. I think I remember what I did. Not that, apparently. I don't remember if I ran off or if I jumped off. I might have jumped off. Don't know if I don't know if I have enough space to run off and jump. Classic deer stream. Let's try running off. No, there's no way. I have to jump off, then do another small jump, and then jump up. This is important, because if I can reproduce this, I might just do it in every run now. Ooh. Ah! I should have stopped my stream. I regret everything. Nope. Was not there. But that was what I did. Then there was a random horizontal row of tiles. Kinda rough now that on these splits I can lose time, even with a decent mushroom grab. Nice, nice. Good level. Again, only 0.1. Huh. Really? I thought I had it. I thought that was the tree zone. Nope. Mm-hmm. 631. That is some kind of harmonic series. Oh, okay. There is the fatigue wall. Gonna do these 3 attempts right there, and until there's something saved in every pipe. Well, or alternatively, 1 tree zone. No. That would be awful. What about M5, or whatever that was? I forgot what values you could get. I think M was somewhere in there. Oh. Oh. Belly jumps just went away entirely. I'm not talking about manipulating through out of bounds. I'm talking about the overflow. Repeating first level over and over. I think that way you could also get in. Like, it was you who did that, I think. I know. No, it was you. And I think at some point it switched over to some weird symbols and the letter M. M and something else is what I remember. Really? Was it really? Then I'm remembering this wrong. I thought you just kept going with the first level and then it overflowed. I will trust you on that one. Ah, that actually rings a bell, just sharing the screenshot. Or maybe I even misunderstood it back then. Maybe that explains my confusion. Aha. Oh. If I get this room right, I have to save more than 0.1. There's no way. See. Okay, there we go. That is a serious pace. Yo, could this be a tree zone PB? It might. If I got good lag there, which I couldn't really tell. No. Well, why was that split? I have to retime that. I did not notice anything wrong with my level. Some lag might be an explanation, but 0.2? That's rare. I did jump a little bit early onto the cloud. Hmm. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, it's the PB pace, surprising. Who would have thought that after only a couple of levels I could still be on PB pace? Space is somewhat busy again today. I'm still open for ideas for what to do with the star song command. No, you sing it. I don't know the lyrics. Oh wait, I do. Star song, star song, star song. Oh no, that was one too much. Let's see. Even messed that one up. Maybe not something else, but maybe just some funny element. I don't know. I don't know what I want there. That's why I'm asking. Maybe somebody else has this just immediate great idea. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna hurt so much to see this number. Ah. Yikes. Oh, some chance element. That is a good idea already. I like that direction. Hands full of clay. Welcome back. Do I want to ask? I'm too late. Midnight sculptures. Interesting. I said so many things, though. That would be a very big coincidence if you would agree with everything I said. Yo, I actually remember this. From ages ago. Well, apparently I don't remember that. Don't know how to time. Oh wait, I can do the new thing that I learned there. With the out of the water high jump? Is that usable there? I wonder. Want to test something real quick. Oh, that's for sure the wrong way. Also, I'm mixing up all levels with Small Mario strats. But can I actually... Oh, I shouldn't press it there. But yeah, what... May I ask what exact sculpture has been sculpted today? Oops. Nah, it still requires a silly super jump out of there. Water super jumps are weird to time. Because the max jump height is just not where you think it would be. From regular jumps, that is. Yeah, but a sculpture of what? Oh, an old mushroom. Is that just what you decided after it melted? Oh, this looks like an old mushroom now. That would be cool, like a sculpture randomizer. If you could just do that with your hands closed. With your hands, with your eyes. Hands closed, yes. That reminds me of that one... There's a German, like, fairy tale movie. It might be a Czech fairy tale movie. With living mushrooms like that. And I think they're big stone giants consisting of like just different big boulders. I don't remember what the story is about or whether it's actually, I think it's a fairy tale. But I specifically remember living mushrooms with faces. And it's a movie, I'm sure of that. Like a live action movie. With, I suppose, some special effects. I'm gonna have to research that. I hate I mean, I guess everybody has these things, right? When you think of somebody, but you just can't put all of the pieces together, and you don't even know where you know it from. So now I'm going to be up all night until a certain thing happens, just trying to figure out what I'm trying to remember. And it's going to be so hard to research because it's from the pre-internet days. And it's super random and probably regional as well. Do I still have the... Is it that? Yes, that's that. Anyway, I do like my new splits, I have to say. With... Not with Tatanga, of course, but with the Pumpkin Zone. That is some pretty hefty time save there. 1.8 seconds there. Another 1.5. That's amazing to have. Because Pumpkin Zone is so consistent. Normally, except for the Witch. Well, you know what I mean. Alrighty. I think that in these cases, I usually just have to ask my mom. My mom remembers those things. Like I might have seen that movie maybe once or twice in my childhood, but the chance that my mom has seen it like 5 times is much higher. So she might remember. I'm waiting. Yep, the heroes. Ah, I'm gonna be cringing on both sides. Enter the screen in the same. I also have to me open up my notepad. It still says retime rats level, which I still haven't done. That was like 3 streams ago. And now also make highlight of or clip of weird glitch. Gonna be oddly entertaining. And I'm there for that. I don't know who actually moderates it. I suppose it's gonna be somebody from CNN. I didn't really look that up, but I thought CNN was the host. So it may be Caitlin, what's her name? Caitlin something, the one with the southern accent. Or the weird accent. Collins? Caitlin Collins, is that her name? That would be an interesting outcome. I think Jill Biden would jump out of the shadows and prevent that. She's done that before. A drinking game out of the... Oh, yeah. There's so many things that I expect. They are going to cut the microphones, though, so the interruptions will look weird, because obviously the candidates will be able to hear each other in the room, but supposedly we're not going to be able to hear when somebody interrupts. It's an interesting mushroom, man. Let me make that bigger. That's not an... Oh, I guess it is a mushroom then. No, the mushrooms that I remember from that movie are much more mushroomy. Just mushrooms with faces. Very good. It's not the mushroom. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying to ease my my definite suffering. Can't English anymore. I have to go not to bed, I guess. Is anybody streaming at this unholy time? That is me. That is... Don't see anybody. Jet. Wait. Are you just waking up to yesterday, Jet? I did do something yesterday, but not today. It's only a small one. Only 16.7. With what I discovered earlier, I basically lost. This is not the way you should you should view it, right? But I got like 9 out of 10 slow swims in the submarine throughout the entire level. If I had not gotten those, if I had gotten fast instead everywhere there, would have been very close to world record. But yeah, that was comical, the amount of slow swims. I think it was 9 out of 10, yeah. I think it's 4 attempts in the very beginning. Then down after the gate, 2 more, that's 6. Coming out of the pipe after the bell, that is 7. Next room should be... No, next room you jump out of the water right away. This one as well, the first one, so those don't count. So we're still at 6. Gordo skip. I think I got slow swimming there, and then it's somewhere around 8 out of 9 or 9 out of 10. And the one fast swim was for like 20 frames or so. It's a very short section. It is hard to tell apart. I will have to admit that. Maybe there was one. No, there was no fast swim in the first room. Definitely not. But it was ridiculous. It's a good run. It's an entertaining run with lots with lots of ups and downs. And my splits are kind of fun to run against. But if you haven't seen it yet, I'm not gonna spoil you where my future time saves will be. But there are some. Anyway, back to me not finding anybody to raid. Yeah, so let's just disperse into the night. I appreciate you all. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow is my off / Beat Saber day, one of them per week. So you will be able to find me, but it's not gonna be speedrunning. And SML2 returns on the weekend, as always. Bye-bye.